And just like that, we are live. Welcome to the stream, everyone. And permission to come aboard granted. I'm just popping out the chat really fast so I can get it on my desktop. Yo, we're already at almost 10 likes, and the stream hadn't even begun yet. Thank you guys for crushing that algorithm early. What's going on? Please don't spam. Thank you. Let's see. So, okay, wait. So, just to start us off right now, game plan for today. We have got the sea bear right here. Show you his mouth. Wait. Trying to do this off of the camera. You get the idea. So, we have the sea bear here, and we have got the sea rhinoceros. Today, we are going to be painting them both. I got to make a trip to... Yo! Oh my god, what's up? Freddy, thanks for joining us. Slendy Man, shout out to Slendy. Yeah, so we're going to be painting the sea bear and the sea rhinoceros today. Well, I'm gonna just kind of show you what we got going on here. Kind of the culmination of all the work we've been doing over the past few weeks. Yeah, didn't get to stream over the weekend because it was another pretty busy weekend, summer. But let's see, we got the sea bear, we got the sea rhinoceros. And as you can see in the upper right-hand side, I'm going to show you, where the heck is the thing for the sea rhinoceros? So here we have the color scheme for the sea bear. This is kind of what we're shooting for. And of course, sea rhinoceros. Yeah, so this is a bit more of a vibrant color palette than last time. Yo, what's up, everyone? Yo, we're already at 13 likes. Yeah, thank you guys for crushing that algorithm. Oh my god, there's so many people here off the bat. I gotta catch up with all you guys. But there is something that I want to talk about before we commence with the painting. Hold on a second. Where's the, I'm trying to find the... Okay, once again, we've crushed the stream goal for this month. 3 days ago. It keeps resetting to 0, but the stream goal is, it was 3, we got it to 4, thanks to Hexatoons. Shout out to Hexatoons. Actually, you know what? I'm also gonna, like... I can pull up my Streamlabs. I don't wanna... I can't let down Hexatoons like this. Wait, Streamlabs? Yeah, that's it. Yo, thank you so much. I'm glad you like them. Yeah, I drew them. It was like more or less tracing from the original episode. But I like... Well, like the face of the sea bear and the sea rhinoceros especially, I kind of add my own little flavor. Because what I like to do is sort of do like... I like to start with the trace based on the original episode. And then I just kind of distort certain things, add my own little flavor to it. So like what I did was I kind of like traced the original sea bear and sea rhinoceros, and then I like added features to them to kind of imbue them into my art style a bit more. But the sea bear especially, I kind of like redesigned his body too, because the body here looks quite different than the original episode. I kind of based his body around a piranha. So you'll notice that some of like the fins and stuff for you fish geeks out there, you'll notice. Okay, we're gonna bring this up. Hold on a second. We've already crushed our membership goal for the month. Shout out to everybody. I'm a good drawer. Well, thank you so much. I'm really shaky with drawing. Trust me, I'm still learning. I drew a lot when I was a kid, but like I just I I'm trying to get back into it. It was like 2024 when I started getting like back into it. Uh but yeah, we're at 7:06 right now, but before we get to work on the Sea Bears, there's something I want to talk about with you guys, and I'm going to pull it up on screen. So, just a sec. You guys are going to see like my YouTube channel dashboard, some information that like YouTubers usually don't show, but right now I don't really give a shit. So, I want to show you guys something. So, here are some analytics from the past 28 days. I just had to bring this up with you guys. I want you to take a good look at this. You guys see this? So, in the past 28 days, we've got 430 subscribers, a considerable spike from what I usually get, and 32.8 thousand views, 1.2K hours of watch time, excuse me, and an estimated revenue of $103.05. This channel has existed since, I'm trying to think when I made this channel. I think it might have been 2015. This channel is over 10 years old at this point. I know that. And it's just, I have to reposition. It's just like, I wanted to thank you guys so much. I did a stream for the Popeye Project. It was the first stream I ever did just a few months ago in April. I did not think anyone would show up, but you guys all pulled up. We got some OGs in here. You guys have been here since like the beginning. 28 days later. And it's just, I wanted to thank you guys so much before we begin today. We're going to be, once I'm in to the painting, I'm going to be rolling on. We'll have our nerd conversation. But I just wanted to thank you guys so much. To me, this past month, people are watching, you guys are pulling up. We're already almost 16,347 subscribers. Not long ago, we hit 16,000 subscribers. So thank you guys so much. I just wanted to say that. You guys are making this happen, and you guys are playing the biggest role in the making of these videos. And the streams have been getting like consistently like 400 to 500 plus views, and it's just like, it makes me so happy. Making a living doing animation is very tough. The industry is very, very, very tough. And it just makes me so thankful. I feel really thankful and, for lack of better words, blessed to just have you guys and have all of us join in. We've been doing Mondays and Wednesdays scheduled streams, and whenever else I can stream throughout the week. But I just wanted to thank you guys so much. You guys are making this happen. So, without further ado, I think we're about 7:10 p.m. I think we got to get to painting. Oh my gosh, it's just, starting painting is the most frightening part, because it's like, take a look at these. Like, these look awesome when they're matte finish gray. Like this, like, look at the way the clay catches the light. You see that? Oh, actually, you know what? Maybe I can put a light up here. Oh, thank you guys for the kind words. I still have to look at your messages. I'm like juggling so much. Yeah, I had to make the sea bear and rhinoceros more monster-like. You guys saw what I did in Squid Bob Tentacle Pants. Yo, Straw, thank you so much. So, I did I did get a couple lamps. I picked them up. Oh, do we not have enough cord? Oh man. What I want to do is I want to get a light that I can put up right next to the camera so I can kind of hold stuff up to the camera, but this is still a pretty new setup. This corner, this table, this is all a new setup. But anyway, I think we just got to get right into it. So with all of that said, this is BrickBob Films. Filming of BrickBob Films, the camping episode, day 12. Putting the first drops of paint is always the hardest part. You know, this is a different look, you know? Oh, and what I also did was when I went to the craft store recently, because I needed to get more like fixative, I got these wooden boards. So kind of like what the vision is, what I'm kind of going for, is that once these guys are done filming, give it up for day 12. Give it up for day 12. So the idea is like once we're done filming, I'm gonna mount this onto the board. I'm gonna paint the board too, or the wood, and I'll make it look cool. I'm probably gonna do like a combination of glue and I'll probably drill through the wood and put a screw into the back of it. I don't want to rely on the adhesives alone. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm surprised that Nickelodeon hasn't caught on with the whole BrickBob Films thing. I don't know if I should be worried or glad, or actually probably more glad. Hopefully they don't pull like because like some companies are like really freaky with copyright and stuff like that. So I don't know if I should be glad or not, but whatever. You guys are going to be watching these regularly at the end of the day, right? So I'm trying to think who I should paint first. I guess we have to do the sea bear first. And I'm going to angle the camera down a little bit. Looks pretty good. Yeah. I'm going to have to get my brushes. I have a whole bunch of... Wait, actually, I don't think you can see the paint. So we got a ton of paint. A lot of greens and yellows for the sea bear. The tricky thing about the sea bear is I'm actually going to have to paint around the head. Sort of wish that I didn't do the head just yet. And I'll probably wrap the head in like masking tape and then spray the fixative on. That's probably what I'm going to do. But I think we're going to have to start with the sea bear. I also made sure to wear like a nice, like dark and bright shirt. Like I could get any of these colors on this shirt and it would just blend in. Killer Clowns for life. If you were at the Nickelodeon company, you'd hire me. Well, thank you so much. Yeah, I'd hire me too. Nah, yeah, it's weird, but like at the same time, I don't mind, you know. All right, and yeah, we're looking pretty good. Everything's all set up. So Excuse me while I go select my brushes. Straw, let's hope you're right. Let's hope you're right. But in the meantime, I'm just gonna have fun reimagining these episodes. It was definitely touch and go, kind of materializing the sea bear. As you guys know, the first stream I kind of made a body that I wasn't really happy with. But this, I love how this looks, and it's gonna look even better painted. So I think before I start painting, I'm gonna take a couple final pictures. So I don't want you guys to have to see my long dancer's legs. Let's pop a few pictures really quick. Just trying to savor the gray before it's gone forever. It's got, I don't know if you guys can see, but I ran over the surface with like a texture tool. So he kind of has like, he's got like scales. It's really cool looking. And as you can see, what I did for the sea rhinoceros was I went over the plates on him with some crumpled up foil. Yeah, so the sea rhinoceros, as you guys saw in the reference art, it's definitely more bright and colorful than the original from from the actual episode. But I wanted I like stuff that's bright and colorful. I think it'll blend in with the rest of the episode better. Oh, this is so tough. Tough looking. So out my window on the side of my block, we have these neighbors that just love to do yard work forever at like 8 p.m. It's not 8, but we're not, we're getting there. It's pretty obnoxious, but we have the audio filter. Let's get these paintbrushes. Crumpled up foil, you know it. I just kind of grasped at random brushes. But I also have these. My girlfriend got me these. Oh. Don't need something. I don't know why anyone would want a paintbrush this big. Maybe if you're doing like large canvases, but not for what I'm doing. All right, Sea Bear, you're up first. This is super sculpey firm, so I can kind of like manhandle it a bit better without worrying about it breaking. Hopefully. All right. And Actually, I think do I have like a piece of paper I can put this on? Do. Old study notebooks. I need uh my SpongeBob mug. I'm gonna show you what it is. Check this out. You guys see this? Check this out. Look at that. He holds my paint water, but I have to fill it up. Hold on. Oh, I used to I used to be doing all of this. Like imagine me doing all of this right now with like my Lego SpongeBob setup right here. It is so nice having a new desk, extra desk. Only thing that could make it better is if it was motorized. Yo, what's up, Hexatunes? Shout out to Hexatunes, everyone, for crushing our monthly membership goal. Actually, Hexatunes, you pulled up just in time. We are about to apply our first coat of paint to the sea bear. Doing the first drops of paint is always the toughest part. Because you're saying goodbye to like the straight, flat, gray, matte finish. Yo, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Have I ever painted a clay sculpture? No, I've done it before. I would just do this for fun, like make my own sculptures and paint them. I've been doing it for a really long time, but recently I've been trying to kind of combine my statuette skills with my animation. So you're gonna get to see my statuettes move. Yo, shout out to Hexatunes. Wait, did we get the... Sorry, my audio is off. Hexatunes, thank you for the 2. No, at the start of the stream, I was talking with all you guys. I was showing you the analytics for the channel. I wanted to thank you all. I don't think you were here at the time, but I wanted to thank you guys for pulling up to the streams. Streams are doing really well, and I'm excited to just keep going and finish this film. I think we've been going for nearly 4 weeks. Oh, man. Here it comes. Oh, boy. The Lolo sit. Yo, shout out to Lethal Lord. Okay, there we go. The super chat notifications are working. Shout out to Lethal Lord, everyone. Lethal Lord and Hexatunes, everybody. I was about to send the Lolo is happy. Lolo is very happy. I'm gosh. Okay, we just gotta do it. All right, here it is. The first drop of paint. Now he's ruined forever. Oh boy. I'm trying to give him like a soft like white underbelly, kind of like a shark. You know what I mean? Even though I would say that the sea rhinoceros is far more shark-like. Oh gosh. It's gonna get messy. Oh, I should also start the work clock. Forgot to do that. Yeah, this is my paint mug. I got this in 2019 at a Spirit Halloween, so I was working. I must have been around the time I made Squidward the unfriendly ghost, or I was a teenage Gary, something like that. I might have been working on Scaredy Pants. So I'm using Craftsmart acrylic paint because it's cheap, gets the job done, and it dries really fast, so it's pretty quick to work with. But yeah, after trying to make like a more detailed, more complex color scheme with the modeling clay, I was like, this has to be painted, you know? It's definitely going to look more elegant. But still appropriately brutish. Yo, thank you for the likes. I feel like the luckiest guy in the world right now. You know, sitting here with all you guys just painting the sea bear. What more could you ask for on a Monday night? Shout out to our international viewers as well. Those of you who are pulling up despite the time difference across the pond, I salute you. And oh, I think in 1 minute a notification or a community post should be going out onto BrickBob Films. So we might have some people pulling up from there. Oh, okay. Hexatoons. It's funny that you bring that up because I last night I was rewatching like one of my videos where I'm like, "Oh, the 1 year anniversary or 2 year anniversary." And that happened a few times. So I'm going to tell you why that was. So the reason there was kind of an echo whenever I would have a crowd or multiple voice lines happening at the same time, the reason for that was because I would do the recording in my stop motion software. There was a feature where you could just record whatever you wanted on your built-in microphone for the computer. And what I would do was while I would record multiple lines, I would have my volume on. So my computer would pick up my voice, but it would also pick up the lines that I already recorded. So they would kind of like echo and stack on top of each other, like reverb. So if I just muted my computer. Yo, thank you for liking the BrickBob Films post. Appreciate it. But yeah, basically, if I just muted my computer, that wouldn't have happened. Like, it would have just sounded normal. That was not an intentional effect. I just didn't know why it was happening. All right, now the really satisfying part, the green. Oh my God, you guys are gonna like this. Ugh. Mm, hold on a second. Yeah, you guys can't hear it, but I legit, there are just people doing yard work for fun right now. They do this all the time. It is Monday night, 7:30 p.m. They're doing yard work. It's getting dark outside. Yeah, this paint is a little bit thin because I didn't shake it before using it. Okay, wait, guys. So I careful, Lorenzo. Oh yeah, yeah. Nice reference. Yeah, I also hear that painting things green can attract the sea bear. All right, so because we're on the subject of bears, I actually have my own sea bear story from this year. Not kidding. Like, 2 months ago? Yeah, 2 months ago. I have my own sea bear story. You guys ready to hear it? All right, buckle up. This is going to be story time with Lorenzo Volpentesta. You guys are spoiled today. Shout out to Hexatunes and Lethal Lord. Oh my god. So I'm not really a camper guy. I am a definitely an indoor person. But I actually did a camping thing a couple months ago. It was like a summer camp resort. So when I was growing up, I was a homeschooler, so I never went to summer camp. But you would always see like you'd see movies about summer camp, like Meatballs or Fred 3, Camp Fred. To my fellow Fred fanatics, for those of you who watched Fred growing up, the South Park episodes, the level in the South Park RPG with the alien, and just oh my gosh, it was such an amazing DLC campaign. But yeah, so I'd always seen like summer camp stuff in like media, and I was like, oh man, I've always wanted to go on a summer camp or just some kind of like a campsite period with all the amenities of just a summer camp and stuff. So I signed up to go to this like summer camp for adults, which does sound suspect, but it was actually a pretty professional event. Thought it was really cool. But yeah, so I went in May, and when I arrived at the campground, me and people like we're pulling up, we're getting ready to get on the shuttle, and one of the guys that runs the camp, he comes up to us and he's like, "All right, so just a little warning, the bears are really active right now because they hibernated too long." And Not gonna lie, I'm pretty scared of bears. I've never encountered one like out in the open before. I have seen a bear once in my life, and yeah, but bears freak me out. They are like the apex predator of the land. You know? You can't outrun them because they can run like 30 miles an hour. You can't outclimb them. Like dogs, you can escape up a tree. Dogs can't climb, but bears are amazing climbers. And you can't jump in the water because they're amazing swimmers. It's like, what do you do? You know? Yeah, Fred, the guy with the high pitched voice. So I was like, oh, okay. Well, I guess we're gonna see just how active they are. And the entire weekend, there must have been like I think like a couple hundred people at this camp. These were black bears, by the way, and everybody the entire weekend was running into bears, and it was so funny because like what would happen was people would get together for like, meals and stuff like that, events, whatever, scheduled events. And everyone would be like, "Yo, did you see the bear like this afternoon or this morning or whatever?" And everyone would be tapping their phones together doing airdrop, exchanging bear videos. So it was like just it was like I signed up for the the bear DLC package completely by accident, completely unplanned. So I have a bunch of bear videos on my phone that I got from other people. Oh, some green paint got on his tooth. I have to get rid of that. Hold on a second. So yeah, most of the videos I have on my phone of like the bears, they're from other people because I'm trying to get better about doing vacations. Like I'm a bit of a workaholic sometimes. And it was like the first day I was there, I looked around, I had like a bunk I shared with like two other guys, and I'm looking around and it's like I don't have my computer, I don't have like my work tables and stuff like that. So, not kidding, like my first day at the camp, I just slept like all afternoon. It was like very relaxing, but oh my God, it rained the entire weekend. The weather was such trash. It was such a joke. Like, the weather sucked so much. And I was like really pissed off. Because the staff was super professional and like the facilities all were good, but like you can't do anything about the weather. You just can't. I don't know if anyone else here has been to a summer camp or just like a camp period where you have like bunk mates and stuff like that. I don't know. I don't even know how common that is, you know? Shake, shake, shake. Yo, welcome to the stream. Nah, I'm talking about how I did wait, what? It says we got a new member. Says who? Wait, what? My my dashboard saying that we got a new member. Did we get a new member? Let me know if you did. I don't know if I saw the notification. But yeah, so where I was telling a story about I went to like a summer camp thing a few months ago. It was my first time doing it, and the place was just overran with bears. Like they hibernated too long, so everyone. Yo, Lethal Lord! Why is my thing not ticking? Lethal Lord, that's on me. set. Okay, wait. We have to the bar has to go up to 5. But hold on, I gotta do it later. I gotta lock in. Shout out to Lethal Lord. Shout out to Hexatoons, our members. Now, Lethal Lord, just so you know, you got access to the Lolo emojis, the Sandy hibernation Sandy emoji. Oh, actually, I need to get my little towel thing. We're back here. So yeah, there was one of the bear videos that we got, or that I have on my phone, was so funny. It was like someone. It was like, try and picture this. Like there's a whole group of people in the foreground holding up. They're all holding up their phones as they're running away, and in the background you just see a bear just walking, just minding his own business. And the way that it's framed, like the composition of, like the way it was filmed, it legit looks like something out of a Godzilla movie. Like, if I took this shot, if I took this video and put it in a Godzilla movie or a King Kong movie, it would fit right in. I'm not kidding. It was the funniest thing. Hold on a second. I can't help but multitask. I'm a Gen Zer. Let's start putting coats of paint on these fins. Has anyone like gone to a summer camp thing, or just like, or had a bear encounter before? I've been sheltered by bears, and also mostly sheltered from like camps because I'm more of an indoor person. I need my air conditioning. You were summer camp when you were like 4? Oh my God. It's pretty young. Nah, so I got some more stories about this place. So I did see a bear like in person and got my own video. I was inside like for some event, and there's like two big windows on this building. It was like a lodge with like a moose head up on the wall. And all of the sudden you just see a bear just walk right past the glass, and he walks up to the other window, and this bear like just found a whole bunch of berries, and we all just ran up, like we had our noses pressed against the glass, just watching this bear sit down and just eat the berries off of this branch. It was pretty wholesome. But there was one morning where I woke up like pretty late, so I missed breakfast, and I'm like, I'll go to lunch. It's at 12, why not? So I'm walking across the camp, walking over to the mess hall, and everybody is like kind of looking at me funny. I'm looking around, I'm like, why is everyone looking at me kind of weird? And I walk over to like the main tent where people are like gathering, like getting ready for food. And there's people there, and they're like, a bear just like almost walked into the tent. I'm like, oh wow, really? They're like, yeah, the bear just almost like moseyed on right into the tent. But yeah, the staff was like chasing away bears the entire time. because like they were like rooting through garbage or moseying around like just straight up out in the open. Yeah, so what I would do was like already like I get startled kind of easily. So like already when I'm outside, like if I turn a corner and I see a squirrel, I'm gonna jump. But like I was hyper aware for bears because I'm like, all right, I am not I gotta have my guard up in case I encounter a bear. They had to tell us, they're like, do not fight the bear, do not hunt the bear. I'm like, nah, I don't I would prefer not to. You're in Serbia? Huh. I've only heard of Serbia in like referenced in two things. There was this meme where it was like repost if you're older than Serbia, and it said that like Serbia was like established in 2006, if I'm not mistaken. And there's also this infamous film called the Serbia film. You'll have to forgive me, Straw. I am an American and I have American levels of intelligence. Also, I'm a homeschooler, so that like that bumps me down education wise like a bit more. No, yeah, well, you know what? It's like, yeah, do not fight the bear. Yeah, they said that. Well, it's like a lot of the people at this place were like drunk because like I don't know what it's like in other countries, but like here in America, like the only way you're gonna get like big crowds of adults together is if they're like is if they're gonna if there's alcohol, pretty much. And I don't drink, so I was just sober the entire time, and I'm like, yep, let's let's just walk around, see the sights, and watch the drunk people do drunk people things. But no, it was chill. Like everyone was having a good time. I was so scared when I was showing up because like I was like, please don't let this be a cult. Don't let this be a cult. Don't let this be a cult. I want to see my mom again, you know? But no, it was a very professionally ran thing. Did there was like live music, band taking song suggestions. People were all having a good time. Sang karaoke. But here's the funny thing. It's like I don't know what it is about me in particular, but just for some reason whenever I've been around drunk people, cuz like I've only been to like a bar like probably like 3 times like there are like areas where the drunk people go, and I'm usually not in those areas, but there have been a couple times where I've been in the areas, and I don't know what it is about me. Maybe it happens to everyone else, but for some reason, I always get guys coming up to me and just like saying like the most random stuff. Thanks for clearing that up, Straw. Yeah, I know very little about Serbia. So I think on my like my last night, I think it was at the camp. I'm like I'm starting to get like, fatigued from like all the live music and stuff like that. So there's a whole bunch of people like in the tent, like, singing with the band. Everyone's, having a wholesome time. And I just feel like getting some air, So I walk outside of the tent and, I'm just kind of admiring the scenery, looking around, seeing the people and stuff. It's nighttime, so it's like it's really, really dark wherever there's no light because we're also like, you know, we're not in like in an urban environment. And I see this guy. A guy walks out of the building, and this dude's on the move. Some guy I've never seen before. And he just walks right up to me. This guy I've never seen before walks right up to me, no hesitation. And then he's like, hold on a second. I have to, I have to have a little bit of room. He walks up to me and he just says to me, this guy I've never seen before. He says, "Well, I don't believe it, man. I've been hanging out with my asshole friends all night, and not one of them have told me that I have stains on my shirt or not. Like, can you just tell me if I have stains on my shirt?" And I'm just standing there looking at him. I'm just thinking to myself, okay. So I say to him, I say, all right, just take a step back, because this dude's like really close to me. He takes a step back, and I say, do a turn around for me. Then he turns around, and this dude has got like stains just all over his shirt, like clear as day. So he turns around, and then I kind of put my arm around him and I say to him, I'm like, all right, between you and me, you might want to go change your shirt. So after I tell him this guy just runs off. Like, I see him run down the hill into the dark oblivion. And I'm just like, oh my God, that was so funny. And this then after he runs off, a group of girls come up to me and they're like, "Hey, where is he going?" And I said, "Oh, he's just he'll be right back." And they're like, is he okay?" And I say to them, I say, "Oh, it's kind of a guy thing." And they're like, "I trust you." And that was the end of the exchange. It was so funny. Oh, absolutely. I mean, like here's the thing, like I'm not around drunk people, so like I don't know what they're like, but if I had to imagine what a drunk person would behave like, I'm guessing it was that. But no, I got other stories. Like, I remember one time I was like in New Jersey. I was at like the boardwalk. Gosh, this was like years ago. And we're walking to like the boardwalk, and there's just groups of like drunk young adults like walking past us while we're on the sidewalk. And we walk past one group, and this guy's like with a bunch of girls. Like there's a few guys with a bunch of girls, and one of the guys just kind of gestures at me, and he's like, "These girls are crazy, man. They're so crazy. They won't leave me alone, man. They won't leave me alone." And I'm like, "Yeah, man." It's just like, I'm like, okay. But the real kicker was, there's this one dude. We're approaching each other to pass by on the sidewalk, and just as we're passing by, the dude comes up to me and goes, he looks me in the eye and says, "Cinema." And I'm like this. I just look at him, and then they just keep walking, and the guy laughs. And I say to the people I was with, I was like, why do all of the drunk people keep coming up to me? It's so funny. Yeah, man, not dude, I am perfectly content with not being around drunk people, I can tell you that. I have heard too many stories. I can confidently say that I am an absolute square, and that's the way I like it. I'm trying to think what it needs next. I want to give him like stripes, as you can see in the photo. But I just want to give like a few more coats of just kind of like this base neutral green, holiday green, whatever. I swear, these people are like using a drive mower and it's like dark outside. Well, actually, speaking of which, I got more stories too about this camp. I'll tell you in a sec. I don't want every insect within like a mile radius to come up to my window again. So, when I went to the camp, like when I was booking the thing, like you can bunk with people. It's really, really expensive if you want to bunk alone, but I'm like, dude, I just I like I'm going here to get the full like, shitty like uncomfortable summer camp experience. Like of course I'm going to bunk with people. And I got to say that I my bunk mates were definitely memorable, but not for the reason that I thought, like that I imagined before I went there. So I was bunking with two guys, and I was the youngest. The first dude was this older gentleman. I think he must have been like 60s or something. And his name was Dave. And oh my gosh, the second guy I'll tell you about in a sec. But yeah, no, Dave was an older gentleman. He'd been there multiple times. He liked it there, and he was no, he was really chill. We kind of like spoke like cuz we arrived at the same time, and we're just kind of like introducing ourselves like to people, like just trying to mingle. And everyone kept thinking that he was like my dad or like my grandfather. And I'm like, oh no, it's just nah, we just I kept saying to everyone, I'm like, we just met. Yeah, you're probably not missing anything, Straw. Yeah, but no, this guy Dave, he was chill. He he I'm trying to think about how I'm gonna phrase this. But like the funny thing was he he had to use the bathroom a lot at night. He had to like without fail every 1 to 2 hours he would have to use the bathroom. So every night, every 1 to 2 hours, like it was exactly like 1 to 2 hours. It was never longer. I would hear him like groan, and then he would get up and he would he would urinate for like a grand total of like 5 seconds, and then he would get back in bed like every single night, all night. And I felt so bad. I was like, oh my god, dude, please don't let please don't let this happen to me. Like, I'm so scared that that's gonna like I'll never get like a good night's sleep again because I have to use the bathroom at night. Like, no, 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 no. The second dude that was bunking with us, his name was Patrick. This guy must have been like, he was definitely older than me, but he must have been like 20s or something. And this guy, I swear, did not sleep for like 3 straight days. Unless he was sleeping at someone else's, like, cabin. But just, he showed up really late. Like, he showed up at the end of the day, the first night, and we, like, introduced ourselves. He seemed really chill. But then this dude was like, all right, I'm gonna go out and just see people. And this dude, like, I think I must have been like half asleep at like 6 in the morning. He may have taken a shower, but I would see this guy like running amok with some people throughout the weekend, but for the remaining like 2 nights, I did not see this guy sleep once. It was so funny. Like this guy was he we were bunking with him, but it was almost like he didn't it was almost like he didn't even live at our cabin. It was the funniest thing. But nah, me and Dave were kind of like a duo. It was pretty funny. Yeah, I no, no, Patrick was definitely there to party. Definitely. Unmistakably. Man was on a mission. Straight up mission. No, dude, yes, Straw. It was like I felt so bad for Dave because like every single night, 1 to 2 hours, he would have to get up. I have a sleep mask that I sleep with, obviously. Oh, I got some on my face. And every 1 to 2 hours, I hear him make like a noise, and then I would hear him get up and rummage to the restroom. I felt so bad. But the the morning I left, the camp was pretty funny. So what happened was like I am not a morning person. I wake up really late. Like it takes a lot of effort for me to get up get up early. So I was always missing the breakfasts. But the last day there, I was there was going to be a brunch. And what happened was Dave had to leave really, really early because he was like he had to go to his dialysis or something. And he just he set an alarm for like 7 a.m. And what happened was I woke up at before 7 because I had to use the restroom. And you know those mornings where it's like you get up to use the restroom and you get back in bed and you're just completely wired. Like you're not getting back to sleep no matter how much you try. So I get back to my bed and I'm just super super wired and I'm like, "Oh god, I have to deal with this." So I lock in and you know, Watch some YouTube, chilling, trying to doze off. No, dude, Dave and Patrick were legendary. But here's the ultimate story. So, I mean, who's to say if it's ultimate, but it's definitely a story. I so I'm in bed, I'm trying to relax. I'm like, I just I need to sleep in, go to brunch, and then leave. I paid for this brunch. I want to get the brunch before I go. So it's a brunch. Like, come on, I want to eat. I was eating so much because I got quite an appetite. And then just as I'm like about to fall asleep, I hear I hear a sound. Trying to think. Here, hold on. I'm gonna pull up a YouTube video because it's easier than just explaining it. I'm gonna pull this up. So I hear this. You guys hear this? It's like it's like nature sounds. My apologies if like my filter is like muffling it out. Was I ever a fan of Clay World? Absolutely. I loved Clay World. My mom hated it though. So I just hear nature sounds and I'm like, what? So I just keep hearing it on repeat. And eventually I take off my eye mask. I turn over and I look. And this dude Dave is dead asleep and his alarm is just going off, looping and looping and going off repeatedly. And I know for a fact that this dude was not like a heavy sleeper. Like this guy woke up, he would wake up really easy, but this he just wasn't waking up this morning. The and his alarm just keeps going off. And I'm just like, "Oh no. I was so close to sleep." And it just keeps looping and looping and looping and looping. And then finally I'm like, I'm not going to be able to fall back asleep. Not like this. So I just look at him and he's just dead asleep. He's out like a light. So my water bottle is over on the nightstand. You guys see this? So this is me in my bed, all right? This is the nightstand. I do this. And when I don't know if you guys heard that. I don't know if it was loud enough, but like I just go like this. And when I put the water bottle down, this guy Dave just like launches up and is like, "Hey, I gotta pack." Oh my god. It was so funny. It was like just he just shot right up lightning fast. And I was lying in bed and I'm like, I'm pissed because I'm not going to be able to get back to sleep, but also that was funny as hell. Oh man, dude. And you know, he packs and he leaves. Pull my eye mask up and say goodbye. And that was the last I ever saw of Dave. So after that, I I look at my clock and it's like it's not even 8 in the morning. Developed a mental filter for the alarm. No, for real. He was just like He looked so peaceful too. Like I was like, oh my god. I wonder how dark I want these stripes to be. Hmm. So it was like it wasn't even 8 o'clock, and I'm just chilling in my bed. It is raining a lot outside, and I'm just like looking at my watch. I'm like, it is going to be like more than 5 hours until it's going to be more than 5 hours until the brunch. And I was like, do I really want to just sit here for like 5 hours waiting for the brunch? Nah, I'm good. At that point, I just wanted to go home. So I was like, all right, new plan. I'm gonna go to the 9 o'clock. Maybe it was like it might have been like before 9, but still, it was like I'm gonna go to the early morning continental breakfast. I went there and I ate tons of cantaloupe and I don't know, maybe toast. I don't know what else there was. Oh, oatmeal. I ate my continental breakfast and I got on the first shuttle I could that left the camp. And here was the thing, like this place had like all these cool amenities. It had like all these cool things that you could do in the woods, like zip lining and archery and all that stuff, all the camp activities. But there was this really cool water park that they had on the lake. That looked so fun, but I didn't get to do it because all the whole weekend it was dark, it was cold, and it was rainy. And I was thinking, I was like, Lorenzo, the day you get home, the clouds are going to part and the sun is going to shine down on the land and just it's going to look beautiful. But it's only going to happen once you're already home and done with this and this whole trip is behind you. And sure enough, when I went home that day, like an hour after I got home, the sun came out for like the first time, and I'm not kidding, like 3 days. Dude, Dave was crazy chill. He was so chill. I felt so bad for him at night because he kept going to the bathroom. I'm like, oh my gosh. He was also he'd also like skipped his like dialysis to join for the weekend. And the lack of dialysis was like making him like it was causing him some discomfort, which is why he had to like go early the next day, but it was like but still felt bad. But the water bottle thing that just got me so much when he just the sound of me picking up and putting down my water bottle just like that was like enough to just snap him out of it. Patrick, I just straight up barely spoke to because like I never saw him. There were a couple times I saw him around the camp, and I was like, oh hi, yeah, we we're cabin mates, and he's like, yeah, hey, what's up? And that man would just return to whatever he was doing. He must have been like staying at someone else's bunk, but or like cabin. Who knows? Auction off the sea bear and sea rhinoceros after filming. What site you auction off the props, and will you be able to ship to the UK? So here's the thing. I'm not certain I'm going to do an auction because I don't know if there's enough like active demand for it. But if you want to get props from my productions, they're on my website, lorenzovolpentesta.com. I actually have the Popeye portrait from the Popeye reanimated collab project that we did on stream. That's available for purchase. Excuse me. But it will likely not be an auction. It'll just be sold for a set price. As for shipping to the UK, I've shipped internationally before. It's just the shipping prices is gonna be way more. Thanks, Straw. Yeah, but I'm trying to make more of an effort to like be able to sell props from my films because like it is very tragic that I'll make all these cool things for these animated films, but then I don't really have anything to sell afterwards or any memorabilia because it's all just taken apart afterwards. Yeah, during COVID, I was making handcrafted molds and casts. Well, you sell the casts, not the molds, but like I got into casting and molding and sold I sold quite a few pieces, quite a few casts. I started out on Etsy and then I quickly migrated to just doing my own website. But yeah, it is tricky doing casts in molds though and selling them because you just have to assess like there's a lot of things that you have to do like you have to assess the demand for a given cast because otherwise you could just like make too many and then get stuck with a bunch that no one wants. But what's nice about selling the pieces that I use for filming is they're already one of a kind and they're not meant to be bought by anyone. They're by design they're meant to be like for hardcore fans, you know? Yeah, the first time that I ever converted a puppet into a statue was the totem pole for Jasper in a Jam, which I made in 2017. But that I'm not planning on selling. That's on display somewhere. But yeah, like that's what's cool about stop motion animation is that there's all these layers of appeal to it that once again, all these things like from these streams to having the actual film props be available for purchase, all of these things reinforce the fact that this stuff is handmade, you know? That's the fun of it. Yeah, it was particularly after filming Squid Bob Tentacle Pants, which had that really fun, grotesque, disgusting Squid Bob Tentacle Pants amalgam at the end of the animated film. I was like, man, this should have been a real like a hard sculpture. I love how fast this paint dries. Yeah, I couldn't imagine props. I mean, props, period. But yeah, like animation, find it even more tragic. But yeah, just being destroyed like after filming. Now, the thing is, normally these clay puppets are made from a modeling clay that is everlasting. It never solidifies. You cannot bake it. If you bake it, it will melt into a stew. But yeah, so I like the idea of making. It takes more time, don't get me wrong, but like making these hard pieces that are painted and everything, and then they can be owned and enjoyed forever, put on display somewhere. They can find a happy home somewhere. But yeah, people always ask me like, "Oh, Lorenzo, do you sell the props afterwards?" I'm like, "There are no props to sell." A lot of this clay that I film with, like the modeling clay, I've been using some of it I've been using close to 10 years. Like the value is great in that regard, but I would like there is that enjoyment of like, oh yeah, I want people to be able to own a piece of my work history and the studio history. Each piece tells a tale. I think the worst part about it is that these handmade pieces are very fragile, and even if they go through the post fine, they still like the clay can degrade a bit over time. It's just part of the clay's natural aging process, but I take whatever measures I can to preserve the longevity of the clay. But things like sunlight or environmental factors like humidity and stuff like that could probably have an effect on the clay. That was the nice thing about doing the casting and molding is that those casts that I would sell, like you could toss those off of a building and they would be fine. Maybe you'd get a little scratch, but that's pretty much it. I think I'll put a layer of dark green. Some here. Are you empty? Hmm. This one might be empty. I do have more matte finish black. Oh wow. I think this one's just really old, so it's like solidified in the bottle. Might be able to salvage a little bit. Yeah, my cinematographer, he went to like a museum where there was I think it was in New York City. There was a an exhibit for like the Guillermo del Toro Pinocchio film, and he got to see like the puppets in real life, and he said that he got a little courageous and he touched one of the pallbearer creepy rabbit puppets when Pinocchio dies, and he said that he was like it was amazing. I got to actually touch it. I think I added too much black. Confounded. Yeah, I muted out the entire green. God dang it. Maybe I can just like Nah, I don't think this is it. Oh well, I'll paint over it. I'm going to let this paint dry a bit. This spot I'll cover up, and I think I'm gonna get a little bit of progress done on the sea rhinoceros. You can go here. Sea rhinoceros, let's go. I have so many different shades of purple, I'm trying to figure out which might work the best. I rather like this color. All right. Yeah, one thing I want more experience doing is airbrushing. So, Sea Bear looking good so far. Thank you so much. I want to do some more airbrushing. I do have all the equipment. I just haven't done a lot of it. I think the trick for me is that I have to, if there's something that I want to do, I have to find a way to integrate it into a project that I'm already doing, because then I have like a good excuse to do the new skill. But yeah, when I airbrushed Lolo the Lucky Clown's head, like, I'm gonna show you guys right now. You can see him in the chat. Oops, that's not Lolo. Like, his head, that's airbrushed. His clown makeup. And it was a really smooth experience. But I'm currently not set up to do airbrushing on stream like this. I don't even have my air compressor here or any of the tools. But this is going to look just as good. Any idea what the next episode is? Nah. I'm like kind of taking it as it comes. Right now, I'm just really invested in getting this one done. But there's one thing that I can assure you is that whatever the next episode is, it will not be boring. That I can guarantee. So the idea for the sea rhinoceros animation wise is even though his body and head are all hard clay, I'm going to be like I'm going to put some clay lips on, I think, and animate like eyelids, just a few little details wherever I can to kind of bring him to life even more. Some little subtleties. But I was also just super excited to be like, "Oh yeah, I this is just another creature I can make." Yeah, and the sea rhinoceros is going to have more of a satin finish for his skin. Satin finish is more smooth. It's not like a gloss finish where it's very shiny and reflective, but it's just like a more smoother finish because I feel like that'll kind of give some contrast between his skin, almost like hippo skin, and the plates on his body. He is still a fish. Can't wait for the episode. Yeah, nah, it's gonna turn out great. All of these like after the sea bear and the sea rhinoceros are like completed, painted, and we have the mouths and expressions made for the sea bear, it's just going to be back to filming. We're going to film the sea bear and the sea rhinoceros, and we're going to film the rest of the dialogue for with the Lego characters. And there's only like 3 minutes left. It's not too much. Yeah. One theme that I kind of notice with me is that like I'll always throw in some extra stuff that just takes up so much god dang time. But that's why we have the streams now, you know? Because now, like, I would have been doing all of this alone, you know? Yo, thank you so much. Good to have you here. Shout out to 22 likes, by the way. Shout out to our new member Lethal Lord. I have some Oh, actually, it's going to be a bit more than 3 minutes because you just reminded me we have to film like some of the campfire song, but that's only going to be like 30 seconds. It's not too long. Yeah, that's like the tough part with with YouTube especially. It's like you want to get content out like as quick as possible to satisfy the algorithms and such, and your audience, of course. But especially for something like animation, it is going to come at a huge cost. So I'm glad that now, like, I don't have to stress as much about, like, oh, well, if I don't get this episode out soon, it's like, oh. Sea Rhinoceros is looking pretty good right now. I like this color. Shoot. I like want to keep this for my wall. Yeah, this guy's gonna need a lot of coats. Oh, maybe I could get started on his horns. Will there be a video of me making the camp about me making the camping episode or like what I did with Survival of the Idiots and Krusty Towers? So like here's the thing, like I liked the making of video that I did for Survival of the Idiots is very different than the Krusty Towers video I made because The oh my gosh. Well, I made that survival of the idiots making up video like way long ago. That was like 2022. But no, I get what you mean. I don't really know because like I have these streams, which is great. I think it would be really cool if there would be some way to like kind of put all of these streams into like a narrative format, like kind of glossing over like a like an hour long 45 minutes to hour long video just kind of going over the whole production process for these films. But a huge thing for me is just like if I have the patience to do it because editing something like that and editing it well, that's going to take a long time. And I, like I've said before, like I just hate editing me, like footage of me talking. I'd much rather put that time towards the next project. Ideally, I would have someone edit it for me. But I've been saying this for a long time, like, oh, I want someone to edit like for me, and it's just these are all the same complaints I've had for like a really long time. But I figure at least with the streams, like at least this way, I am putting out some content that's not like even though it's not conventional YouTube uploads, these are streams. There's a lot of like presentational differences, less filtered. But despite that, I'm still just like I would someday like to be able to convert like these stories into regular YouTube videos. But yeah, it was like the director's commentaries that I was making last year. I don't know when I made the most recent one. Definitely before it was before I started streaming. It was like I felt like those videos were very like just kind of like me talking about my work in front of a camera, very conversational, showing examples of the work. And that I'm just saving on the editing, you know what I mean? The editing is what does it to me. Like that's what gets me. Editing is like the thing that makes me say, "Oh my god, why did I ever decide to make YouTube videos?" Editing is just like this really repetitive, tedious, busy work task. I'm chill with editing my animation footage. It's very gratifying to watch it all come together, but it's it's different when it's just like a talking head video. Excuse me. Getting in a little error from stream. Oh, went away. Oh, no, it's still there. My encoder looks good. Let me know if there are any issues with the streams, because looks like we're okay. Do a video talking about every Lego SpongeBob set I own? Huh, that's an idea. I was thinking like if I got the new Lego SpongeBob set that's coming out, like I could do a video about that. It's just the thing is it's not like that's not my normal brand of content. Not to say that I can't do it. I'm still like just like kind of like okay about the fact that we're getting a new Lego SpongeBob set. I just don't know if I'm ready to stomach the like $200+ price tag. Honestly, I would rather put that money towards getting a motorized desk. Because keep in mind, I have one for my animation table, but like I keep saying that once you've used a motorized adjustable height desk, it opens your eyes to the world. Like it makes you realize that like, oh yeah, regular chairs, regular tables, they're not designed for anybody. It's just they're just they're literally designed for nobody. You know, humans have very different we have a lot of proportional differences. Sometimes, and it doesn't matter if it's like if there are major differences or if they're minor, but they're differences nonetheless, and they make a you notice those things. And the luxury of being able to just like push a button, everything moves up, like, oh, so good. What I'm hoping is as I continue to do these like production live streams that and do more projects as well, that the desk will pay for itself, you know? Oh, thanks for the input, Straw. I don't think I have any like sparkly stuff. I could probably find some. But I need to go find a color for these because I just realized I didn't bring out that shade of purple that's in the illustration that I have on screen. I know that I had one of those. It's like a grape color, but it was like gloss finish, and I don't know if I want gloss finish. Bringing on a female voice actor for Sandy, uh, I don't know about Sandy. Like it's tough because like Sandy's like a main character, and if I were to bring on like a female voice actor, like I would want it to be the same person, but I think I just have to. I think it really depends on what my goals are. Like like I've brought on voice actors before. I would like to bring on more soon. I don't. I haven't looked that too much into it into having like a regular female voice actor. That's the thing. It's like when you're collaborating with voice actors too. Like I didn't used to think about this, but these days, like when you're collaborating with someone, You also want to think about who you're collaborating with, like who's their audience, how long have they been doing it, are they established? Because if you take an established voice actor or voice actress and bring them onto your project, you're going to be bringing along who follows them, you know? Can I write it off as a business expense? Yes, I can write it off as a business expense. I'm just I'm like what's the term? I'm still like I'm trying to like procrastinate, you know? Because I just put this desk in here and I want to make sure that I'm like using this workstation regularly enough. Because that's the thing, it's like I put up this desk setup so I could do stuff. So I'm not cramming everything onto one table because that got really cumbersome. But I've only used this desk a few times and it was like I wanted to make sure that like yes, this table is going to have a dedicated and regular part to play in my throughout all my productions before I go out and buy a new table. I'm just trying to make sure that I'm like using this enough to like yeah, it's I don't want to have buyer's remorse for like $700 table. You can get an adjustable height desk for cheaper, but the one that I bought from Very is just so it's such good quality. It's a very good quality product. Really expensive, but very good quality. I've been very happy with it. It's so stable. It's tough, it's strong, it's sturdy. That's a good table. I want to make a YouTube video talking about that. About like the equipment that I use. The Princess Leia outfit for Sandy after she loses her clothes. Look, you work with what you have. It was just like, gosh, someone made like a really good custom Sandy Cheeks like without her spacesuit minifigure. I wish I got to buy it, but it's out of print. Forgot what that website was called. So I have to look out for one on the secondhand market. But no, at the end of Survival of the Idiots, like Sandy's supposed to be naked because they took all of her fur for warmth. But I needed like a hairless person in like a bikini. So I used the Princess Leia outfit from Star Wars because that was all I had. But I also just thought that was like I was like, yeah, this is funny. That's like using the Donkey Kong figurine for Hibernation Sandy in the original version, where it was like it's so makeshift and goofy, but that's also like it adds to the comedy. All right, our sea rhinoceros is looking pretty swag, dude. I'm digging this shade of purple. Wait, yeah, it just says purple. I was like, is this purple or violet? Would I buy custom SpongeBob characters? Yeah, I would. I've been looking on eBay, but they're pretty few and far between, unfortunately. Because, like, here's the thing, there's a lot of, like, one-off, like, non-recurring characters in SpongeBob that show up, but, like, I feel like spending the money to get a custom Lego SpongeBob figure would be really useful if it was, like a regular recurring character. I'm gonna have to go through my paint drawer in just a sec. Yeah, I'll paint around the eye. It's going to be black around the eye, but black goes over everything just fine. Here comes the train. All right, let's see what other shades of purple we've got. This one, this one sounds crazy. Like this sounds like straight up like gack. Like you hear that? How thick it sounds? Shout out to the rhino emoji. But this this should do it. Ooh. I thought that another fun episode that could be done like with clay animation was a tree in her Jesus, a flea in her dome. I mixed up the name with another episode. But yeah, a flea in her dome. That was one of those episodes of SpongeBob that was like so upsetting. But like I also like that kind of humor where it's like you see something that's so disgusting that you either think it's so funny or you're so repulsed by it that you can't even stomach it. Like there's no in between. I love that kind of stuff when I do. The like in Monty Python, the meaning of life, like that scene with the restaurant and the guy that keeps throwing up everywhere. Oh my gosh, I love that scene so much. To me, that thing is like that scene is so funny. But then you have something like in SpongeBob House Fancy when like Squidward's toenail goes backwards on him. That one I'm just like I have laughed at that before. I have. It's just so abominable. Or like the Splinter, like I'm gonna be real with you. I don't hate the Splinter. Like compared to some other episodes I think are real garbage. Like to me, the Splinter is more entertaining. Like I would rather watch the Splinter than Good Neighbors. Like Good Neighbors just sucks so bad. I'm thinking of that scene in Stuck in the Ringer. That's another bad episode. Where like SpongeBob tries to swallow the ice cream and it gets stuck. Oh my gosh. I will never forget my old dentist I went to growing up. This was like the last time I ever went there. The hygienist was retiring. He was like this old dude with a mustache. And I he was asking me like, what I was doing and stuff, and I said, "Oh yeah, well I make these YouTube videos about SpongeBob SquarePants with Lego animation." And he was like, "Oh, SpongeBob, well that's a really good show." Before he got naughty, and just him saying that like before he got naughty, like I know exactly I know exactly what era of SpongeBob that dude was talking about. My mom definitely knows it too. She would still get me the DVDs. Bless her, but like she just could not stomach like for a few years she just couldn't stomach SpongeBob because of how disgusting it got. To Love a Patty, the Splinter. I'm trying to think of more gross ups. I'm drawing a blank, but there are there. 1 second. I gotta have water. I've been wanting to have water for like 20 minutes, but I just don't want to put down the paintbrush. Oh, you're finishing up where you left off in World of Light. That's what it's called. The adventure mode for Smash Ultimate. Ugh, good times. I the Nintendo Switch, like the first Nintendo Switch, that's definitely going to be my last Nintendo console. I like kind of regret buying the first Switch, but I had some fun with it. I wouldn't do it over, but I remember in like gosh, 2018, 2019, I I signed like my friend had bought it digitally and he let me sign into his account on my Switch. And I remember just lying in bed playing Smash Ultimate Adventure Mode, just playing it in my bed all day. Maybe it was 2018, 2019, when I wasn't doing like animation or, you know, I had good memories of that. I like the spirit board mode and stuff. Crazy straw. Yeah, so I have this thing with like I'm really, really delicate with my devices. I consider myself to be a pretty organized person, pretty tidy. I just find that having things tidy reduces it makes things more efficient. But I remember growing up, like the amount of times my mom and my sister would like spill coffee on like their laptop or iPhone because they just have open containers of fluid like around their devices, like that left an impression on me. So I always try to keep containers away from my devices. I say that as I have like this jar of water a short distance from my laptop. But yeah, this I love my water bottle, and I love like the muscle memory of just screwing the cap back on after I'm done drinking it, so I don't have to worry if it knocks over. Oh my gosh. King K. Rule in Smash Ultimate. To this day, like the day he got announced for Smash Ultimate, that was like one of the that's a moment in my life I have I have yet to forget. Shoot. You're making me want to get my King K. Rule figurines. I was the biggest King K. Rule fan. The biggest. Hold on a second. Gotta be like a kid at show and tell. Still in the box. Got him when he first came out. I just I just never had the heart to open the box, like to file the packaging. Nah. King K. Rule, baby. This was a triumphant moment in my life. And before that, I had this King K. Rule figure. This is a Japanese figurine, only in Japan, for the Donkey Kong Country TV show. Tag still on. I also have Krusha, Kremling, and Clump. But this, like, getting this figure was like an amazing moment. This was like the only like major King K. Rule figure at the time. He had articulation too. And I also have this Kellogg cereal King K. Rule figure. This is also international. I don't know what country though. Come on, wait. I don't remember what country this is from. 1997 Kellogg's. Yeah, he's very weird looking, but it's so cool. It's King K. Rool. I wasn't planning on showing you guys these guys, but I figured, when the hell else am I going to talk about these? Anyway, here's Crusha. I have to say, I really like this Crusha figurine because, like, this is very close to what he looks like in the Super Nintendo game. Like, this is spot on. Oh, don't remind us. 35 years old. Yeah, Crusha, well, not Crusha. Hold on a second. This is Clump. He he doesn't look quite as much like the games because he's green, and in the grain, I'm all mixed up. In the games, he's brown and has, I think his belly's like a bit of a different color. But yeah, he's brown in the games. But aside from the color, it's pretty spot on. If you made him brown, he would look just like the game. But yeah, getting all the Kremlings was like such a high when I was a kid. I was such a huge Donkey Kong Country fan. Still am. No, I like when I was a teenager, I would collect like old video game collectible figurines and movie collectible figurines. But then after I got my first girlfriend, I'll never forget, like, I just kind of opened up my closet one day and just looked at all these toys, like these vintage toys on my shelf. And I was like, "Oh wow. Yeah, this is really just kind of junk. Like, it's just money, like, sitting on a shelf." Now, look, here's the thing. I'm not putting down anyone who collects figurines. Do whatever you do to make you happy. But I realized, like, look, I love figurines too. I mean, look at what I do. I love figurines and I love toys, but I just try to kind of regulate and moderate how much I indulge this hobby because there are some people who let, like, the toys will just take up their whole house. So me, I ended up selling a lot of my toys, like my vintage collectible toys, but I knew I would never part with those Kremlings. Never. And the King K. Rool amiibo is cool. Like, he's awesome. But like, just recently I went to a Best Buy to get the monitor for my streams, and I saw one of these sitting on the shelf. Like, amiibos like lost their value pretty quickly. When Clay Kremling pushed Putt Putt off the table in a box. Yeah. No, you these those Kremling figurines I have, those are a testament to how much I was into Kremlings at the time. I love them. They were so cool. They were bipedal crocodile creatures that had all these funny different looks, different costumes, different features. They were all jacked. They were bright and colorful. I loved sculpting them. And the king of them was the most epic of all. Yeah, when I was selling my, I guess, toy collection, my vintage nerd video game movie toy collection, and even a lot of my video game cartridges, like I I cleared out a lot of stuff. Not everything, but you know, a good amount. And I just remember I said to myself at the time, Lorenzo, if you regret getting rid of any of this stuff, you just buy it back. And, you know, a lot of it I was fine with leaving. Like I haven't found myself missing it. Man, but I do wish there was like clay, clay fighter merch, you know? Hopefully I was able to scratch that itch a little bit by creating my own clay fighter figurines, selling them to some people. I actually have one of the first clay fighter figurines that I ever made on my shelf back there by the TV. Oh gosh, I remember when Amiibos came out. I had a huge collection of Amiibos. Or, well, maybe not huge, but I had a lot. And then one day I just sold them all. Like, I was like, oh wow. Yeah, I was really just collecting these because just for the high of collecting, you know? Like when I really like kicked back and looked at all of them, I was like, "Oh, do I really care about any of this stuff? Not really." And I sold them all. I kept the boxes. The boxes were open, but I kept the boxes and yeah, it was just taking up a lot of space. I did keep my the original Smash Bros 4 Kirby amiibo. I like the little guy. I like how he looks, so I kept that one. Don't have the box though. But yeah, that King K. Rool, I just he's not really worth much, but regardless, like it just hurts me too much to like rip open that packaging. Yeah, I definitely like I don't want to be someone that has a massive collection of expensive vintage toys, but having a few little things that mean a lot to you is fine. I actually I was having urges because when like last month when I was like researching toys, like being on eBay trying to find stuff for BrickBob Films, I was like, shoot, I want to buy all this stuff. Like it looks so cool. Like toys were so awesome when I was growing up. It was very influential for me. And it is tempting to buy a lot of those back, but still I know that like if I were to buy them, they're going to go in the closet and sit on the shelf, you know? So, that's just that. You have almost every Skylanders figure? Oh my gosh. Skylanders was crazy. I got way too many of those things. Way too many. Yeah, I got I'll never forget like I had this friend growing up. He had a really cool house, awesome video games, awesome Lego sets. He had the latest cool toys that were coming out. He was the only kid that I knew that watched Avatar: The Last Airbender, and like he was really cool. He was older than me. He was awesome. And he I went over to his house one day and he had Skylanders, and I was just he just got back from the store and he bought I think he bought might have I think he bought Eruptor and Stealth Elf. But yeah, he just had like the coolest toys and he showed me Skylanders and I thought it was amazing. After that, I begged my mom for Skylanders. But that wasn't my introduction to Skylanders completely cuz I remember seeing them at the Toys R Us. Oh my god, this paint has had it. It's like fully solidified. All right, I'm trying to do this off of the camera. Whatever. Yeah, this paint's kind of done. Yeah, I thought Skylanders was awesome, but I also knew I was like, you you be funkies. They did it first. This is cool and all, but I know that you be funkies did this first. You can't fool me. You be funkies was the greatest. But no, I had tons of fun playing Skylanders. Forgot what year it came out. 2011? 2012? I think maybe it was 2011 when Spyro's Adventure came out. But yeah, I love Skylanders. I bought the toys. I played Spyro's Adventure. I was super excited when Giants came out. And then Swap Force came out. And I remember seeing that and being like, yeah, I think I'm done. They're out of ideas. But then I ended up hearing that Swap Force was like even that was way better. Like they made a new engine for the game or they like updated it and I heard that one was actually like better. Yeah, Skylanders I had a lot of fun doing that. I had a massive collection of Skylanders, but of course I just sold them all on eBay and I don't miss them. But man, like a big like that was the thing, like a huge part of like the enjoyment of Skylanders was like those memories of me running across the Target to go to go see like if they had the latest Skylanders or a Skylander that I didn't have at the store. I'll never forget my older sister like going to the Skylander section at the Target and she turns around and like she comes back. I wasn't expecting them to have anything new, but she's like, "Oh, Lorenzo, they have Wham Shell." For those of you who don't know, Wham Shell was like this extremely rare Skylander from the first game. I don't know why he was so rare. He wasn't marketed as a rare Skylander. He was very rare for nebulous reasons. And I just remember bolting across the Target to see if she was like telling the truth. And sure enough, they had Whamshell there, and I bought him. I didn't even care about Whamshell. I just like I knew this one kid that like spoke about Whamshell like he was a like a legend, like this legendary, ultra rare, impossible to find Skylander. I remember being at the mall and they finally released the rest of the Skylanders Giants and they had Thumpback and they had What was the eyeball guy? The eyeball guy was my favorite. Anyway, yeah, Thumbback was like a giant whale who swang like a an anchor on like a chain. Oh, Eyesore, that's who I'm thinking of. Yeah, Eyesore was my favorite. From the moment Skylanders Giants got announced, I was waiting for Eyesore to come out. I thought he was so cool. Dan TDM, I don't know who that is. Yeah, I remember like I was looking forward to Skylanders Giants so much, and I loved oh, Eyebrawl, that was it, not Eyesore, Eyebrawl. Thank you. Yeah, I was looking forward to Skylanders Giants so much, and I played it, but then I was really disappointed to find out that it was like way shorter than Spyro's Adventure. It was like half as long. I thought that was pretty disappointing. And another thing was like for Swap Force, you had to get like a new portal. So basically a new starter kit. And I was like, yeah, I'm good. Yeah, I'll never forget that in 2014 I bought Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze the day it came out and played through it. And I was so hyped for the next Donkey Kong game. And then the following year at E3 2015, they announced Donkey Kong was going to be in the new Skylanders game. Superchargers? And that was it for Donkey Kong for E3. I was like, "Are you kidding me? That's it?" And here we are. Still no Donkey Kong Country 6. But yeah, the reason that I kind of felt betrayed by the Nintendo Switch was I got the Wii U when I was a kid and I loved it and I loved playing the games for it. So of course I bought the Switch. But at that point they were charging for online, which was a letdown. But the even bigger letdown was the fact that they just sold all of the same games, the same first party titles, which really carried the Nintendo Wii U. They just sold them again at full price, if not more, with like a couple new features added in. I was like, oh wow, you guys kind of ripped me off. Yeah. Also, the charm of like the Wii branding was just gone at that point. So I knew pretty far in advance that I wouldn't get a Switch 2. But then after like the announcement happened and just Nintendo was clearly giving in to arrogance and greed, a lot of anti-consumer practices becoming really, really expensive, I was just like, yep, I'm set. I'm good. I don't need this. Crazy Creme Games. Yeah, I did. That was a you did not imagine that. That was a channel that I had. Me and my friend in trying to think how old we are. We were like middle school age. We started our own gaming channel because Let's Plays were popular back then, and we were like, oh shoot, we have good chemistry. We could make our own gaming channel. So I bought a capture card and we did that for a while. But I don't know how long we did it for. Not terribly long. But yeah, that was it. They were so cringe. I'm so glad those videos are down. That was a so Crazy Creme Games, that was a precursor to Clay Kremling. That was, I think, the first time the character Clay Kremling appeared in a video. You know? So yeah, that was a precursor to Clay Kremling. Yeah, Shadman. Not the artist on Twitter. No, I have a friend named Shadman, and we're still friends to this day. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, we made we made Crazy Creme Games, and then we also used our Kremling personas. Let's call them Creme Sona for this video. We're gonna call them Creme Sona. So our Creme Sonas like went on an adventure together, and once again that was just another like precursor to like Clay Kremling kind of taking off and having a life of his own, getting his own show. Because I was like, oh wait, I could take this character, this Kremling version of me. Well, he was his own person, but I mean, it was basically like a hyper exaggerated version of me in a lot of respects. I could take this character and like send him on his own adventures. Yeah, that. But the short that you're referring to, that was Clay Kremling in Retro Revolution. That was my buddy's Kremling character name. Yeah, Retro Revolution just makes perfect sense. Rolls off the tongue. Yeah, we thought we were going to be big. We did not big. Straw, what you said about like giving the sea rhinoceros like a special texture, I think I might actually have a little idea I might do with his rock plates. I don't know what you call those areas on a real rhinoceros, but they have these very coarse plates on their skin. When I was a kid, oh shoot, the paint dripped. When I was a kid, my favorite animal was a rhinoceros, and I remember being devastated when I found out that like trying to think what species of rhinoceros it was, but some species of rhinoceros was declared extinct officially. And I remember being like, "Oh my God, that's like an animal that exists in our world today just being wiped off the face of the earth." Like that blew my mind. It was devastating. When I was a kid, I went to the Bronx Zoo and I heard that there was a rhinoceros there, and I saw a rhinoceros in person, and I remember just being blown away because I went to a lot of zoos growing up, and none of them had a rhinoceros. Rhinoceros are just so endangered that like I don't know how many zoos have them. I would imagine that they're more rare though in zoos. But yeah, I saw a rhinoceros at the Bronx Zoo when I was a kid. I remember being just like never forgot that moment. I went to the Bronx Zoo like a few summers ago. And I went to that same enclosure, but the rhinoceros wasn't there. I forgot what the area is called. Fun on the Farm Valley. Yeah, you told me about that. One one Beetlebug 3 fan to another. I wouldn't mind making some of the Beetlebug 3 characters in clay. Honestly, they had such a fun, zany art style. If I had to do Clay Kremling, like if I had to do that show over again, I would have made every episode like feel like a special. Every episode would have been like jeez, I'm messing up. Clay Kremling like meeting the characters from the games and stuff like that and blah blah blah. Like I would have really leaned into that more. Yeah, my main regret with Clay Kremling was that I just didn't do that enough. And by Clay Kremling, I mean the Clay Kremling show. Yo, welcome to the stream. We are painting the sea bear and the sea rhinoceros for the camping episode for BrickBob Films. Coming soon to a BrickBob Films near you. Here's our sea bear. The paint is dry on him, but we have more work to do on him. It's just this sea rhinoceros, I'm just doing a lot of coats. Friend or Foe, I think is a decent special. I like that it has Apache the Pirate segment with like his own B plot and all the wacky campiness of Patchy the Pirate and Potty the Parrot. But I like the episode itself. It's all right. I like that it broadens like the lore for the SpongeBob universe and establishes that like Mr. Krabs and Plankton have this more complicated relationship than, oh, they're just restaurant rivals. Like, no, they grew up together. They used to be best friends. Like, I like that about it. I like that we get to see what Mr. Krabs, like how he grew up in poverty, how he had to wear rags for clothes, and how he and Plankton were, the bullied. They were the odd boys. I like that stuff. I can't remember if the Camp Coral thing in Sponge on the Run ruined it, like retconned it. Probably did. Crabs a la mode. That one's good. That's the one with the thermostat, right? Hmm. Confounded. My neck was like kind of hurting. I'm at a weird angle. I'm trying to see if this will help. It's not very optimal. All right, let's try it. You like the protagonist for the first Beetlebug? I never played the first Beetlebug because it wasn't available for purchase on Big Fish Games. Yeah, I only played 2 and 3. And even then, 2 was more of like, I played it for like 5 minutes. I'm like, oh, yeah, this is fine, but it felt slow and less exciting compared to Beetlebug 3. But really, I think just like Beetlebug 3 had plot and it had characters and it had cutscenes with like full voice acting. That hooked me. It just goes to show that like the having story, like even to children, having story goes a long way. I talked about like how it was like for the development of UB Funkies, how like at first, kids they were like, "Oh, this is fine," but then kids were really they didn't care about the games as much as they cared about the story, the world, about the characters, and that stuff goes a long way. That's why like the most compelling characters, it's like what who they are is at odds with what their reality is, you know? This purple's looking good. You have a physical copy of Beetlebug 1? No way. Yeah, so when I like Beetlebug 3 was one of the first Clay Crumbling episodes I ever made. I think it was episode 2, I think. But yeah, it was like I talked about Beetlebug 3 and then when I was talking about what was it? Morhun Jewel of Darkness, did that have his own dedicated video? I don't remember. Yeah, Morhun Jewel of Darkness. When I talked about Morhun Jewel of Darkness, I was just like I was like, "Oh, this is just Beetlebug 2." And I ended up making it like a dual review where I ended up talking about Beetlebug 2 because I just thought I was like, when the hell else am I going to get to talk about Beetlebug 2? Like I'm not going to make a whole video just talking about Beetlebug 2. So I have to include it here. Yeah, Morhan was like building up to be like the main rival to Clay Kremling, but unfortunately the show just didn't really go long enough to like have payoff. It was a weird time. The bug universe. Okay, I'm gonna add a little bit more grape taffy colored paint to these plates, and then I'm gonna show you guys something cool. The 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 BBCU, the Beetlebug Cinematic Universe. It's gonna happen. I remember thinking in Beetlebug 3 that the characters looked like they were from Aardman Animations films, but Beetlebug 2 even more so. Like the if Aardman Animations made a film about bug people, the blue bug from Beetlebug 2 would look that would be it. That would be your Aardman lead. I could picture him talking. He'd be like Doug from the Caveman movie. I think that was his name. The Caveman movie. Early Man. Gosh, that has to be like the worst Aardman movie I ever seen. Once again, not a bad movie, but like it's just a like it's just a movie. Like it is the most movie you've ever seen. It is a competent film. It just does not a single thing exceptional or like it's just played completely straight. We've already talked about this though. Like it's genuinely hard to talk about Early Man because of how just nothing it is. Aardman Animations is really, really good at what they do, but I find that most of the stuff that they make, like the stuff that inspired me that they made, is a lot of their older stuff, or the stuff that I grew up with. That new Wallace and Gromit that they made, though, was amazing. Like, that exceeded my expectations, I can confidently say. That movie was, like, legit perfect. But aside from that, they don't make a lot of stuff that I'm terribly interested in. But they're still really good. I could never say that they do bad stuff. Like they do great stuff. See if I can touch up the eye. Oh, actually, here. Yeah, the sea rhinoceros is like simpler to paint than the sea bear. Gosh, I remember when I was a kid and Wallace and Gromit, A Matter of Loaf or Death came out, and it was like, oh wow, a new Wallace and Gromit, like brand new. And then there was like 10 years with no new Wallace and Gromit films. That was so bizarre. But quality over quantity, right? So yeah, when Vengeance Most Foul was coming out, I was like, oh no, are they just trying to milk nostalgia? Like, are they just bringing this back for nostalgia money? But then Vengeance Most Foul turned out amazing. Not to mention it was like a really like brilliant like AI movie or movie about AI. Oh, the cameo in Graveyard Shift. So I replaced it because I just felt like I when I re-uploaded it, I was like, I don't like the light that this ending puts me in. Like I felt like it was a little bit too like I felt like it wasn't as clever as it thought it was, or as I thought I was. I just kind of thought it was cringe, honestly. But I didn't realize people would miss the original ending that much. But if you want to see the original ending intact, if you go to the 6 hour long mega compilation, you'll see the original ending. Oh yeah, have any of you guys seen the new Avatar movie? Oh my gosh. Animation. The animation's just so good. Avatar fans are gonna drink up. Hold on a sec. Have them in here? Oh god dang. This could work. Yo, so check this out. I have these like neon black light paints. I got these for when I did some killer clowns from outer space sculptures. My, I don't know where my flashlight is, but anyway, these will glow under black light, and I think that this would look really good on the sea rhinoceros. It'd be a really cool effect, you know? The bottles are a little bit annoying. What's this? Neon Nights? That's the brand, Neon Nights. Figure why not? But it's been a long time since I've used these. I've had these for a while. But I figure definitely use it for make his eyes green just so it would pop a little bit more. This is for you, Straw. Yeah, yeah. So it's not like the original ending is lost completely. Like you can oh, the paint's like really thick. Oh. I mean this stuff is like 6 years old. Ay, ay. Oh, this one looks fine. All right. Here we go. And this color can work. It's not that much of a deviation. All right. I don't know how many coats this is going to need, but we're going to see. Yeah, I feel like doing a director's cameo in Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy 5 would be pretty funny with the Chief. I feel like that would be a pretty inspired move. want to test out the black light though. I'm gonna have to stand up to look in the drawer. Where Hold on. And there you have it. To make out reef away. Does this mean we're not getting pizza? Gosh, this episode is so good. And I just know that like, look, I bought the stupidly expensive Man Ray figure. At some point I'm gonna have to use him. I'm locked in. That's a contract. I don't have a choice. I should be the hand in Suds. Suds on the first VHS tape of SpongeBob that I ever had, the one that had the sponge who could fly, the last episode on that VHS tape was Suds. So that was one of the first episodes I ever saw. Yeah, I remember being a little kid and seeing Patrick get put in the toilet and he's like, "No!" And then that was it. Acabou. Oh, very first Christmas? I wait, which one? Cuz I did a remake of Christmas Who in 2015, I think. Christmas 2015, I think it was. Yeah, but for okay, 2016. I need to re-listen to that one. I don't even remember what that sounded like. Yo, what's up? Welcome to the stream. I love the what the heck was his name? Clapper the Seal. Love the profile picture. But yeah, the a, this grill is not a home, I think it's called. That one I like. I'm trying to think when that episode came out. I think it was 2021, so I wanted to make sure that I did it justice, you know? I'm pretty excellent. How you doing? How about yourself? We've been painting for a while, but I've like I didn't get a chance to paint the sea bear or the sea rhinoceros all weekend, and it was driving me crazy. So I'm trying to make up for lost time, you know? Yo, Hexatunes, thank you for the offer. Appreciate it. Yeah, I recorded the vocals with my Blue Yeti microphone, which is not like intended for vocal like music, is it? Ah, shoot. I think this paint's like not gonna work. Do you see how thick this paint is? Do you see this? The viscosity of it? Confounded. It was because of Hexatunes that I pulled out the clarinet on stream a while back. Oh, we need to get some pink for his gums. Something for his gums. Okay. I didn't realize this. So check this out. I have white. This like I have this white glowy shit too. I'd love to have his eyes glow. Have I seen Spider-Man? The only Spider-Man movies I've ever seen was oh, I'm guessing a new one came out, right? The only Spider-Man movies that I've seen are the first two Spider-Verse films. I'll never forget when I was a kid, like I had this friend that like convinced me that Spider-Man was real, and we were like walking through New York City, and he was like, "Yeah, man, Spider-Man's real. He's swinging up in the sky right now." And I remember I didn't know who Spider-Man was, and I was terrified. I was like, "Oh my God!" Like he was like, "Wait, I think I see him over there." And I was like a gullible little kid, so I was terrified. But yeah, I just never saw the movies growing up. With the pixie dust and Slender Man were real? What? Pixie dust sounds, I mean, if you're talking about the Peter Pan stuff, like that sounds like it could be fun. You could fly. Slender Man, that's terrifying. That's not what I meant, you barnacle head. I feel like if I'm putting the glowy stuff on the eyeball, I should probably put it on the horns too. That would look so much cooler in the black light, you know? Why not? What if I got to lose? This is gonna look sick under black light. Crustaceous cheapskate. Yeah, the episode Can You Spare a Dime? I always thought that one was funny because that's like the one episode where SpongeBob loses his patience, like, properly. Like, SpongeBob becomes Squidward in that episode, which is astonishing because SpongeBob's, like, characterized by his indomitable spirit. Hello. My gosh, I'm thinking of that scene in Jellyfish Jam when Squidward's house rotates and faces towards SpongeBob's, and then Squidward starts like shoddily playing row, row, row your boat towards the jellyfish. So funny. All right, before I put it on the teeth, like picture this. So in the black light, the eyes, the horns, the plates, they're gonna glow. I want to do the teeth too, but first I want to just kind of detail around the gums a bit because I haven't painted the gums yet. Mm, uh, hmm. Gonna need a finer brush tip. Let's have a look. Money. This will need more time to dry, but that's okay. I am. Not too shabby. When do I think the episode will be released? I have no idea, but next month, sometime. Sometime next month. I can't, like, I just can't imagine this production going into September. You know what I mean? Like, the clay animation effects, like, it adds so much time to production, but not that much. Because keep in mind, once these puppets are done, we're just going to get right back to filming, and I can film, like, relatively quickly. What we are doing right now, like working on the sea bear and the sea rhinoceros, this represents the hardest part of the entire production process. This is it right here. Do I have a black gloss? I don't think I do. Uh, I do not think I do. Oh, I do. Yeah. Yeah, once these puppets are done, it's just gonna be like we're gonna be banging out the footage so quick, you know? Like that's the thing with stop motion. Like people say that or people think that oh, stop motion is this extremely slow, grueling, agonizing, long animation process. But like, I mean, yeah, it's long, but honestly, the filming is like actually kind of short. What takes forever is this right here. I don't know how many streams I've been working on this sea bear and sea rhinoceros, but if I had been filming, we would have gotten a lot of runtime done. So I'm going to be adding like a line around the sea rhinoceros's eye. I thought you were leaving the stream. Or maybe you are. If so, goodbye. Ah, shoot. Smudge the paint a little bit. It's fine. Eat barnacle chips, they're delicious. When I was a kid, I wanted to know what barnacle chips tasted like. I know I'm not the only one that thought that. Oh, flashlight's on. I think the first time I saw chocolate with nuts, I think that was on my SpongeBob Christmas DVD. It was like one of the extra episodes. Sea Rhinoceros is looking pretty good. It just it it just needs a few touch-ups, but that's fine. This is like spiffing progress. And the blacklight paint is a nice addition. So I think I'm gonna let him dry. Sorry about the light. Now the sea bear. Hello, sir. Yeah, so like here's the thing. Like we've been going for just shy of 4 hours. Hmm. How are you guys feeling? Like I'm trying to see, what am I doing tomorrow? Because like I could just do a stream tomorrow afternoon, and then we'll have one on Wednesday. This has been great progress, but hmm, I feel like before I call it a night, like I want to at least go to 4 hours. You know what I mean? Is there anything left in here? I think I might do a little bit more painting on the sea bear, actually. The It was I wanted to work on on these guys over this weekend, but just stuff kept coming up. So it's hard to stop. Ooh, what the heck? Ooh, this one's like completely dried up. I don't know what happened. I think it was cross-threaded. Confounded. Oh, all right. Yeah. So, okay, I'm gonna use the restroom really quick. Then I'm gonna come back and do a few more coats on the sea bear because he's fully dry right now, and I can't resist the urge. So, guys, sit tight. I'm gonna be right back. Uh, and it's gonna restart the chat, but I don't really care. Be right back. All right, we are back. Thank you for waiting. Whew. Work clock is still going. All right, I'm gonna set this to the sea bear. I'm I'm gonna have fun bringing this pattern onto the sea bear, but we're gonna have to backpedal a bit on what I did earlier with this splotch. So I'm just gonna take a little bit of green, throw it on there. Also, I learned my lesson from mixing the green with copious amounts of black. I don't know what I was thinking. That was way too much black. Oh, why did I do this? Oh well. It's on the back. It's not really going to be visible. I like legit painted green where I should not have painted green on gray clay, if that makes sense. Should have been white. This sea bear is going to look awesome though. On film. Oh yeah. I am very excited to like sculpting the expressions is going to take a while and it's going to be very touch and go at first, but it's going to look good. Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs. I saw that movie in theaters when it came out, 2009. I remember September 18th, 2009. That was the first time I ever saw my birthday on a movie theater poster, on a movie poster. Yeah, I had a lot of fond memories of watching that movie growing up. That was another one of the first movies that my family got on demand when on demand was a new thing, digital streaming. Oh gosh, 2009 was probably one of, if not like the greatest year of all time for animated feature films. Let me know if I'm forgetting like a year or something, but like 2009 was just the peak of animated film. The amount of amazing animated movies that came out that year was like never before or ever will be again. Dude, you had Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs, you had Up, you had Fantastic Mr. Fox, and Coraline. Coraline, I mean, personally, I'm not that a huge fan of Fantastic Mr. Fox. I do have nostalgia for it, but I have just little things with it that I don't really connect with. It's probably the direction. Oh, and Mary and Max. I didn't watch that movie in theaters or anything. That's an independent film, but Mary and Max is just like an unbelievably amazing film. And there's definitely more that I'm forgetting. What did DreamWorks put out in 2009? Let's see. Shrek the Third came out in 2007, and 4 came out in 2010. What are some other amazing movies that came out, uh, like animated films that came out in 2009? Disney must have had a release. Tangled came out in 2010. Oh, yeah, you had Princess and the Frog. I really like Princess and the Frog. That was like a nice love letter to like the Disney Renaissance. I mean, compared to like the amount of hot garbage that Disney Animation Studio like released in the 2000s, Princess and the Frog was really good. Monsters vs. Aliens came out in 2009. Yeah, you're right. That movie like kind of sucks though, not gonna lie. Gosh, Megamind is just so much better. But like, it's just yeah, I Monsters vs. Aliens was like pretty whatever. Sorry to any Monsters vs. Aliens fans out there, wherever you are. I can quote lines from that movie, but. I remember the thumb joke, which is really weird. Very, very weird. Oh yeah, and Seth Rogen was in Monsters versus Aliens. He played Bob, and that was before I was like absolutely sick of hearing Seth Rogen's voice in animated movies. Gosh, Seth Rogen, like he's not a bad actor and like he has so much talent. I'm just so sick of seeing him in animated film. Like I mean, you can put him in movies like whatever, but like just animated movies like I'm just so sick of it. I think I have an idea. Before Seth did Donkey Kong, dude, like oh gosh, there are so many. He's been in so many animated movies, so many. And he just does the exact same thing over and over again. The same vocal performance, the same laugh, which has become like I don't even know if I would call it like a meme. Like it is a meme, but it's also it has to be like an inside like industry joke at this point that he does like the laugh. Yeah, Monsters versus Aliens is very whatever, but Megamind is amazing. The only thing that really holds Megamind back is that its art style is like very similar to Monsters versus Aliens. That's like the most tragic part. But no, Megamind's like a legit, like really, really good movie. That was another animated movie that's like it falls into the category where it's like it's a movie that a lot of kids saw when they were a lot of people saw when they were kids. People my age. I saw it in the theaters with my grandfather when I was like 9. But then you revisit it when you're an adult and you're like, "Oh wow, this is actually a like a smart, well executed premise." Like this premise has a lot of potential and they get it done. Yo, Bionicle. I forgot Bionicle. I didn't see the Bionicle movies when I was a kid. I was into the Mega Bloks Dragons movies. I did not know that the Ed and Eddie movie came out in the wait, that movie came out in 2009? Really? When did Ed and Eddie run? I don't know how many seasons it got, like 4? The movie came out in 2009? Did it even have like a theatrical release? I remember seeing the Ed and Eddie movie on like YouTube. Like someone uploaded the whole thing to YouTube, and that was where I saw it. That's the one where they meet Eddie's older brother. Yeah, Ed and Eddie, that was a show I got into for a bit, but it didn't have like the long lasting profound impact on me that something like SpongeBob did. Like I haven't revisited Ed and Eddie in a while. I probably will. That's a good show. I like how it kind of reminded me of growing up because like I also grew up in a cul-de-sac. Megamind and Despicable Me are similar within release. Yeah, that's true. That's a weird phenomenon that happens in animation. Made for television movie, official finale. Thanks, Straw. Yeah, I remember watching it on YouTube and thinking like the production value looked like it really just felt like a long Ed and Eddie episode. It didn't have like a huge budget thrown at it. It was pretty good though. I liked the sextant joke with Double D and Ed and Eddie laughing their heads off. Where's my green clay? So here's the thing, like I kind of want the arms to match the green fins, but no, to work with what I can. Yeah, Princess and the Frog kind of felt like the last like it felt like a goodbye letter to like that era of Disney from the Renaissance. Granted, the Renaissance had been over for like 10 years at that point. But after that, like Disney just started to kind of lose me. Like there's something about Princess and the Frog that feels less corporate, you know? I mean, Tangled is really good, but I remember my problem with Tangled when it came out was that like it felt too much like Pixar because the art style was just so similar to Pixar. Now that I'm older, I can see the differences and like, oh yeah, I can see that Disney is like these little Disneyisms in the design and putting their own spin on it, but that was when like Disney and Pixar movies start to felt kind of the same to me, like very similar. The reference for the sea bear, I actually took like I found a piranha. So the body of the sea bear is kind of based on a piranha. The fins on the top, the tail, the fin on the bottom, and the really small fin at the very bottom. I'm gonna hold off a little on painting the fins, their final color. I want to see if I can make it match the clay a little bit. Oh, well, the colors. So the colors is different. The colors are not based on a piranha because I am trying to go off of the sea bear from the episode, like his color scheme. If you look up SpongeBob Sea Bear, you'll know what I mean. Because like the piranha tends to have red at the bottom, but I'm not doing that for this guy. Oh, really? Well, you did tell me about Toph's voice actress being legally blind, but you I don't think you mentioned her voicing Kimmy in all grows up, all grown up. There is still a little bit wet. I need to rewatch Rugrats and All Grown Up a bit. I uh, like Paramount Plus is like one of the worst to use platforms, like streaming platforms. Like it's a really not good glitchy interface from my experience. I don't know about you guys, but I have not had good experiences with Paramount Plus. Oh, gotcha, man. Yeah, the colors like compared to a smallmouth bass, like I get what you mean. Yeah, when I saw the bears in at the camp a couple months ago, like it's astonishing. They have like the biggest, roundest ears ever. It's like kind of cute, but it's also, a bear. Also, while we're on the subject of bears, have any of you guys seen Brother Bear from Walt Disney? Because Brother Bear was like one of those Disney movies that I just legit never heard about. Like, no one ever talked about that movie. And I saw it was on Netflix, and it looked like it had like a good animation style, art style. So I was like, oh, well, let me check this out. I've never heard of it. And the opening act, like the first act of the movie, is like really, really, really good. I remember. Like, it's an excellent opening act, very compelling. And I remember watching it and thinking, like, oh my God, is this like an underrated gem by Disney? Like, how have I never heard about this? But then the second the main dude turns into a bear, the it just nosedives. It's all downhill after that. You recall it being okay. Yeah. I have not seen the sequel, though. I'm sure the sequel is even better. Mm. Yeah, it was a weird time for Disney. But actually, I didn't know until just recently that the animator Aaron Blaise was co-director for it. I met him at Animation Y'all earlier this year. Got a picture with him. But I didn't know that he was co-director for it. I mean, if there's anyone who understands like that animation style exactly, it's him. Like you can't like that guy's really good with the animal animation. He knows what he's doing. Yeah, after they turn into a bear, it's like the movie Brave. Like the whole rest of that of Brother Bear is like the movie Brave after the mom turns into a bear. That I remember when I was a kid, I saw Brave in theaters. I remember not wanting to see it in theaters because keep in mind, I just saw or wait, it must have came out before Wreck-It Ralph because Wreck-It Ralph came out way later, like in the year, like November 2012. But yeah, I remember just seeing the trailer for Brave. I thought the title was really stupid. That was a really boring, dumb, stupid, lame, boring title. Brave. Okay. And I saw the trailer and I just looked at the art style and I was like, yeah, this doesn't look like it's for me. But then I ended up seeing it in theaters just because we were being taken to the theaters and that's what we were going to see that day. And I just remember I was like, yep, this is just as not I'm just as not into it as I thought. What's astonishing though is that Brave won Best Animated Feature. Meanwhile, Wreck It Ralph didn't even get nominated. That's insane. That's crazy. Maybe, you know what? Maybe Brave is like an underrated gem. Maybe I just have to revisit it and it's actually amazing, but I remember just really thinking like, wow, this sucks. Yeah. Now, after Toy Story 3 came out in 2010, the hype for that movie was insane when it came out because everyone was like, "Oh my God, this movie's amazing." But after that, just it was so many sequels coming out of Pixar. Wait, wait, someone mentioned Country Bears? Bendy. I okay, I've seen Country Bears. I remember one time me and some friends, we were on like Disney Plus really late at night, and we were looking to watch something that we thought like looked really bad. So we watched Country Bears, and like at the beginning of the movie, it's like this this bear, this anthropomorphic bear person living with like an ordinary human family, and he's like, Mom, Dad, sometimes I feel like I'm different from all the others. And it's like, yeah, because you're a bear. Dude, what is going on with bears? Swap movies with Brave and Wreck-It Ralph? Wait, what does that mean? They swap movies? What? I want to see what color green I have. I mean, I just like, I don't need it to be perfect. I just don't want the green of the fins to be too like distractingly different from the green clay for his flipper. I don't think flipper is the right word. Just you know what I mean. His fin, his claw. Oh yeah, uh, Brave is Pixar, and Wreck It Ralph was Disney. Yeah, that's so weird. Yeah, that just they became so indistinguishable from each other. You know what I mean? Yeah, recently at Pixar there were like crazy layoffs or something like that. It was in the news. And I remember like a couple years ago when Inside Out 2 came out, something similar happened where like the movie Inside Out 2 made like a ludicrous amount of money at the box office. Like 1.6 billion. That is so unbelievably insane. Like that's an insane amount of money. And then like right after they're like, "All right, layoffs." Uh, it's not right. It's not right. tough world out there. Lately, I've been on a Studio Ghibli kick. What I did was I watched Castle in the Sky recently, and now I'm just like rewatching all the Studio Ghibli movies I watched as a kid because I saw so many of them when I was a kid. All the initial classics, and today I watched Howl's Moving Castle, and just like that movie is just so unbelievably gorgeous. The imagination, the fantasy, the characters are so appealing. Just every single like I have yet to see a Studio Ghibli movie where I'm just straight up like not into it. But yeah, no, all the ones that I've been revisiting are great. Earwig and the Witch was so unbelievably bad, but granted, I don't think anyone was expecting that movie to be good. That was just like, what even is this? Earwig, gosh, Earwig and the Witch. Like, I'm I'm amused by the fact that the animation in that movie is like unrecognizable from everything, virtually everything else that Studio Ghibli puts out, or at least the animation style that Studio Ghibli is known for, you know? Quality 2D animation. Spared no expense. Like those movies are just drop dead gorgeous. But yeah, Earwig and the Witch is like so comically bad. Fins are just skin. The flippers have muscle, blood vessels, and bones. Yeah, dolphins have flippers. Thank you for clearing that up. Yeah, I was like, these. I don't think these are flippers, but fins sounds better. So here's the thing, everyone. Straw is like the wizard that lives in our chat. Like he's definitely the smartest one here, and just like he's our he's like our like wizard that we all come to, which is why he has the shield of valor, of which I have entrusted him. But yeah, like if we were all going on like an adventure together in like an 80s fantasy movie, Straw would be like the mysterious old man that we encounter at the beginning, like in the first act, that like puts up his hand and is like, many years ago, the ancient ones founded this support, built this land and created this weapon to protect all creatures. And the wise ones protect, you know what I mean. We've all seen an 80s fantasy movie or two. But yeah, the Straw is the wise old man. Gosh, who am I? Who would I be? I'm trying to think of more tropes in these 80s fantasy movies. I guess I'd be like the boy that finds a sword and it makes him a hero or something. Why did I think the Plankton movie was better? Well, let's see. Um, like I don't know what to tell you. Like I don't. It's kind of weird. So here's the thing about like the SpongeBob sequels. Like, first of all, you guys know my opinion on Sponge on the Run. Sponge on the Run. I hate that movie so much. I just thinking about it makes me want to break things, which is not good because right now I'm holding this. So that movie like is just an offense to every like to most senses in the human brain. But then you have something like the Sandy Cheeks movie where it's like it's bad, but it almost feels like it's bad on purpose. And I don't know, like I don't even remember what the story in the Plankton movie was, but wasn't it about like Plankton wanting to reconnect with his wife, Karen? Like the Plankton movie just felt more sincere. It still has like the straight to streaming production quality, but in that respect, I still kind of have more esteem for it because Search for SquarePants, which came out recently, that movie was released in theaters, and the the production quality was not up to snuff with a theatrical release. Sponge Out of Water is different because even though I don't think it's good, you can tell that it had like a big budget and they threw all the money at it and that it was meant to be seen in a theater. Like the Plankton movie, yeah, the Plankton movie was actually like kind of decent. Not anything remarkable, but compared to one movie that is offensive beyond comprehension, another movie that's so bad that it's like not really ashamed to hide it, and then another movie that's bad and doesn't have it's clearly trying to be more than it is. Search for SquarePants is just like it's a straight to streaming product that they were like, "Oh, let's put this in theaters." Like, but then you're watching it and you're like nothing about this is like designed with theaters in mind. It's clearly just more shovelware for or fodder for a streaming service. But no, I think that the Plankton movie kind of sits comfortably where it is. Warcraft 3 Reforged? Wait, that wasn't a movie, was it? That's a game, right? Because I know that they made a Warcraft movie. Granted, I didn't see it. I've never played World of Warcraft. Come on. Yeah, that's one of the things that drives me like even more crazy about Sponge on the Run is that like the animation tricks you into thinking that it's going to be a quality film or at the very least half decent. So there is this element of betrayal that comes with sitting down and perilously watching Sponge on the Run. Sponge on the Run is a movie that will steal your, it will take your innocence from you. It's just gonna grab it. It's gonna take your innocence from you. And then after the whole affair is over, it's like, oh, by the way, remember to watch Camp Coral. F you. God, Sponge on the Run. I love how every time it comes up in these streams, I like get angry. Like I just God, Sponge on the Run. It's just they should have renamed it to or retitled it to Run from the Sponge or something. That would have been more appropriate. Take take the title of Sponge on the Run and remove Sponge on the. Just run. Gosh, Sponge on the Run just brings out the worst in me. I just we it I haven't gotten numb to it yet. I haven't. I need years of therapy. Yeah, the Sandy Cheeks movie is just like, what? Like, huh? Like, it doesn't even look good at a glance. But I couldn't imagine seeing Sponge on the Run like in the theaters because that was supposed to have a theatrical release. I remember being pretty disappointed when it came out. I was like, oh shoot, new SpongeBob movie got made with like stylized animation and it can't come out in theaters. Alas, they were able to use it as more fodder to like promote Paramount Plus. How am I gonna do the graphics with the Swedish barnacle balls can in the newspaper? So I'm probably gonna do like quick mock-ups in my on my iPad, like what I did with the last year for BrickBob films, where I was doing all those things on the iPad, like those 2D drawings. Probably just do that again. Well, we got a ranking. Sponge out, wait, 2004 movie first, Sponge out of water and Plankton movie in either second or third, fourth and fifth. Search for SquarePants Sandy Cheeks movie. Yeah, that's how I would do it too. I would have to re-watch the Plankton movie to like compare it to Sponge out of water because I've seen Sponge out of water multiple times. But to be quite frank, I just have no drive to rewatch the Plankton movie. Like it was like refreshing that it wasn't like offensive or like it wasn't offensive like Sponge on the Run or just like cringe inducing like the Sandy Cheeks movie. But still it didn't really have anything to keep me coming back. Just wait for the Squidward movie to come out. That's going to happen. The people responsible for Sponge on the Run inflate them. Oh gosh. Yeah, it's bad. It's really bad. It was like I'm still just like when it I've always just thought like the whole like just shoehorning in celebrities into SpongeBob was just really kind of out of touch and cringe. The David Hasselhoff joke was really funny in the first SpongeBob movie. Like that was really funny. Maybe I just have too much nostalgia for that movie, but like all the weird like SpongeBob specials that happen where you just have these like celebrity cameos where it's like, oh, just throw celebrities in because SpongeBob, they'll do it. Like it's so weird. It's so bizarre. Can we expect more live streams after the month is over, right? Oh, these are not stopping at the end of the month. They're going to keep going. We there's definitely going to be one on Wednesday and I might maybe I'll do a stream tomorrow, but remember we're trying to do the anchored streams on Monday and Wednesday so that way there's some consistency. Any additional streams I do are technically extra streams, but like I I want to like keep it regular. And going into next month, we're going to be still working on this animation just the same. Not going to be taking a break. I am going to be going away for a week next month, but that's not until like the 18th. I'm trying to think what color I should get these stripes. Hmm. Trying to think what I should mix into this green just to darken it a bit. Who's to say there's going to be a Squidward movie on the way? I'm calling it. There will be a Squidward movie. Absolutely. At this point, they'll make a movie about anyone. Like, oh no. Oh no. This feels like empty. Blast. Got another one. Thank you, past me, for thinking ahead to this very moment. So I'm going to take a little bit of this brown, mix it with the green, and just see what happens. I never took a color theory class, but it's going to happen right now. Yeah, I didn't know who David Hasselhoff even was when I was a kid, but I was still like, hooray! It's David Hasselhoff. My mom had to tell me who that was. But yeah, I guess it was like a Baywatch reference or something, but that show hadn't been on air in ages at that point. Or long time. I don't know if that was late 80s, early 90s. Can't wait to see what I have planned this year. Yeah, man. Well, you know what? It's just like working on projects back to back. But it's not like I have so many ideas, but it's just kind of creating a sustainable system where I can make animations just as I'm doing now, but I'm still going to be pushing to like I'm going to be pushing out of my comfort zone, you know? Doing new things with animation, trying to learn new things, push new boundaries, do things with my films that I've never done before. Like I'm still really eager to do all of that. And these streams like also help keep me consistent. Not that I'm like I stop working on films otherwise, but like it's nice to make the films with you guys. The best part about like trying out these patterns is if I don't like how they look, I just paint over it, you know? I seen a video of the drunk man eating a burger on the floor in the bathroom. No. Hey, take care. Thanks for coming by. Did I just paint the sea bear's body? No, I did the sea rhinoceros too. Sea rhinoceros is looking good. He just needs touch ups. But I wanted to let him sit for a bit so the paint could dry. The sea bear is also just like more complicated than the sea rhinoceros. But he's gonna be good. Oh, really? I did not know that about David Hasselhoff. What? Man came down on hard times. Gosh, that final fight against Dennis on David Hasselhoff's back in the SpongeBob movie is pure genius. That whole movie is genius. My top 20 best SpongeBob episodes. I don't think I could name that right now off the top of my head. Oh man. It'd definitely be mostly pre-movie era, obviously. But there were some pretty ingenious episodes that came out afterwards. The Sandcastle episode's pretty good. That was a clever, very clever episode. That's one that I would like to do in clay animation, or just for BrickBob films in general. Yo, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Whew, I am pretty tired, but I'm trying to think what else I could do here. Coming up on midnight for me right now. 10 minutes to midnight. Give it up. 10 minutes to midnight. You like how I did the 10? 10 look good. You see, we made it work. It's not an official Lego 10, but that's okay. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah. I think I think we've done it. It's like he needs more work. He needs his stripes, he needs his spots. I have to keep in mind that these guys are also going to get like I'm going to add chalk pastel to them at the end. I think I think we kind of get it. Chances are I'll be working on them tomorrow. I don't like unfinished work lying around. But yeah. Oh my god. I'm gonna stop that work clock. Oh man. We're doing it. It's a doozy, but we're doing it. Anyway, take a look at this sea rhinoceros. He's been drying for a bit. Love how I love the expression on the sea rhinoceros. It's brilliant. But yeah, the bulk, like the bulk of the work is done on sea rhinoceros, and the paint, black light. Oh, it's kind of weird looking. Oh, the pink already glows, which is pretty bizarre. But there's like this kind of weird look on the eyes. I think it just needs more coats. You know what I mean? It's cool. Oh, whew. Okay. Well, I mean, this has been a very long stream. I'm gonna call it here. Get some sleep. It's about midnight. But guys, everyone, thank you so much for joining. This has been a lot of progress. We are nearing closer and closer to getting back to filming. Hopefully we'll have it done soon. We'll be filming soon. Finish up this episode, but I'm pretty tired. You guys have a good night. Remember, join the Patreon. You can join for free. We are almost at 100 members. 100. That's crazy. Shout out once again to our members, Hexatunes and Lethal Lord. Consider becoming a channel member. We're going to be streaming regularly. One coming up on Wednesday, and maybe I'll stream tomorrow if I get the chance. Definitely need some sleep first. Excited to complete these puppets so we can get back to filming. And I'll see you guys really soon. So, I'm going to call it here. Have a great night, everybody. See you guys very soon.